particle has an anti-particle. It's mirror image. Negative side. Instead of light.
Right, testing. Microphone seems to be working. Everything appears to be in the green. Cool, right. Hello everybody. How are we all doing? Who have we got in the chat? Player 1, how are you doing, mate? Chad P, how are you doing? Good audio? Sound? Cool. Everyone can hear me, everyone can see me. Right then. So, it's been a week since we had a new update, and because of my streaming schedule, the update came out immediately after my last stream, so I haven't had a chance to play with the new features on a live stream yet. So we'll get to do some of that today. Other things, for the first time in this stream series, I did a little bit of behind-the-scenes work. Because there was stuff that was bugging me that I couldn't be bothered to fiddle about with on stream. Because it'd just be really boring. So I've adjusted a few little bits of programming to make that light colour change. I've made a few tweaks to the lamp bot wherever he is, because unfortunately, while I was doing behind the scenes work, the lamp bot ran out of energy, as I knew he would, so he is currently sitting there, recharging at a pitiful rate. That noise. Because the small grid solar panels aren't that great. So I'm definitely going to have to build some kind of recharge unit, like somebody suggested. That's not the right buttons. Yeah, because his battery is currently taking in 29, and if I put him on auto, oh, he's taking more in now. What? Okay, whatever. How does the current input go down if I put him on recharge? But whatever. As you can see, he's outputting 20 kilowatts just idling at the minute, so we're going to have to make something to help him do his thing. And the one other thing I did, because I absolutely did not want to do it on stream, was I finished off that ramp. And I'm glad I didn't do it on stream, because it took me about the length of a live stream to get it finished. It actually took way longer than I was expecting. But it is now done, so if I switch to drive mode. Oh, hang on a second. Oop. Hang on, what's going on there? That's the wrong button. Ah, there you go, that's the right button. Sorry, I pressed the wrong hotkey. Right. Anyway, off we go. So I can get out of the valley now and go exploring. Yes, Chad, I can. I haven't really done much exploring. I didn't want to spoil that too much for myself. I might need to increase the friction on these wheels a little bit. But yeah, I did finish off these ramps. I still need to kind of signpost them a little bit. With either some GPS locations or I want to build some lights on them, and maybe some solar panels to power them. So they're easy to see in the dark, because it's pretty obvious in the day, but as soon as that sun goes down, it's impossible to see where these ramps are. So adding some lights to them is probably going to be on the agenda as well, but the one tiny little bit of exploring I did do when I finished building this ramp. There's a GPS location there for some magnesium, which I finally found. I've not dug anything up, I just noticed it whilst having a little nosy about. Was going to ask if you get set up lights on them. No, yeah, that is the plan. Not done it yet though. So I might just build some, probably some of the truss beams or something with some floodlights sticking out of them. Make it nice and obvious where the ramp sections are. No, it's only silicon, that's why I've never bothered with that. Yeah, so I'm going to go up here, up this elaborate mousetrap style series of ramps. And I'm going to go get some magnesium, or at least a little bit of it. If I want to get the drill rig out of here, I'm going to have to expand the ramp and make it bigger and wider, or find a better way to get the Sphinx out of this valley. But for the moment, I can at least get one of the vehicles out of here. And yeah, I'm glad I didn't do it on stream, because it literally took about 4 hours and a few trips with the drill rig to get enough steel to build that smegging thing. So be thankful this entire stream isn't just welding. But right, yeah. So we have now got a way out of the valley at last. And there's also a little bit of fruit and veg knocking around here as well that I've noticed, which I might grab while I'm here. And I'm just going to hand drill a little bit of magnesium for now. I only need a little bit of it to make some bullets. Right, so let's put his brake light on. Let's grab those. Ooh, there's another one up there. Oh. The sun is irradiating me. Marvellous. What have we got up here? Is it more fruit? Oh yeah, and while I was doing some prep work for the stream, I also got to play with the new farming mechanic rework, where it's all just a single click, and oh my god, is it better. It is so much better. Right, so there is magnesium down here somewhere. Let's get you a little bit closer so I can see where the signal actually is. Where was the magnesium signal? It's here somewhere. Oh, is it just that far down that my ore detector's having a hard time with it? Fine. Oh, there we go. There's the magnesium signal. Cool. 60 meters. I mean, that is a bit of a long way, but it's finally what I've been after. I need to be sensible about how I dig this hole, because I haven't got a jetpack to get me out of it. It's too steep. How's that? That's not too bad. Oh no, Chad, the other detector wasn't off, it was just being slow for some reason. You have batteries on each section already, so lights and power generation. Yeah, the lights for the ramps won't be an issue. I've already built a battery into each one, so it doesn't get despawned or anything like that. Lights don't take up that much power consumption either, so I could probably slap a couple on each one, put a solar panel on it somewhere to recharge a bit of power, and that'll hopefully be enough. Ooh, crap. Dug that a little bit too far back. Oh, lovely, and now I'm making the problem worse for myself. I'll dig my escape hole like this. Hopefully this will work. Where the heck have I gone? Oh, it's all the way over there now. Alright, well I've gone off in a weird direction there. What's going on? Oh. Yeah, it's really easy to build a hole that's too steep by mistake. Yeah, where is that magnesium? It's still 40 meters below me. That is a long way. Dig across that way a little bit. Oh, I've started digging up again. Right, once we've got this magnesium, I can start thinking about weapons and stuff. And building some better base defences. Because currently I've only got like 2 interior turrets or something like that. Where are we? 34 meters. Ugh, I'm still miles away. Right, we're at that point where we're going past it again, sort of. Yeah, getting there. If I had a jetpack, I'd have just dug a hole straight down. Well, if I had a jetpack that worked properly, I'd have dug a hole straight down. Let's go this way a little bit. Hopefully you don't get some insect visitors. Yeah, I hope I don't get any bugs down here. Thanks for making me worry about that. Well, I have got my gun, and I have got a fair bit of a decent amount of ammunition on my person, so it should be okay if any bugs decide to sneak down here. Right, 5 meters. There we go. Lovely, lovely magnesium. Finally. Definitely need to probably expand that ramp system off stream so I can get the drill rig up here. I'm not doing that on stream ever again. That was very boring. But at least we've got some magnesium finally. I've not found any gold or silver. Are we full? Suit lady is not giving me grief. 3 kilo... Ooh, 3 tons of stone. Don't want that. Ugh. Go away, 3 tons of stone. Nobody wants you. Get some more magnesium in there. There we go. Stone, go away. Right. I'm gonna grab another batch of magnesium. And that'll be 20 tons of it. How do I get out of here? There we go. Aha, there we go. Don't know where I was going with that other tunnel. Why is there motors in there? Right, I'm gonna grab another bit of magnesium so we don't have to come back for a while. Hopefully. Then we can think about what we're going to do next. Which is either figuring out some kind of recharge system for that lamp bolt. Maybe that moth idea people have mentioned. Or we can do something with weapons on it. What's that charge? From what you've seen, it's rare for them to appear in tunnels, but can't say it's impossible. Yeah, I mean, probably won't appear down here. Get out of my inventory. I want you. I want the precious, precious magnesium. Oop, there's magnesium down there I've dropped. And the stone got in the way. Get lost. There we go. Is that it? Have they disabled the suit lady? Or have they changed an option in the audio somewhere? That's a point. Speaking of audio, I haven't got the background music on. I always forget about that when I'm recording stuff during the week. Right, so yeah, there we go. We've got another 10k of magnesium. That will do for now. How about a portable power mech that can meet up with the lamp bot to give it recharge? That is roughly what somebody suggested the other week, was a moth to go and land on the lamp which I thought was both a funny and a ridiculous idea. So I might try and do something like that. Let's ditch that into there. Right, back to the base we go. Yeah, I probably should put some weird little rock. I probably should put some GPS locations at some parts of at least the top and bottom of this ramp. So it's a little bit easier to locate sometimes, because, yeah. In fact, I'm going to do that. Right now. Don't have any other ones. Nope. Right. New from location. Ramp. I have it very, very green, so it's very, very obvious. Cool. Right. Down the hill we go. A little bit steep and a bit daunting going down it like this. Going down face first. We'll just take it nice and slow so I don't smash anything again. Yeah, that. Friction between voxels and blocks will forever annoy me. Do. There we go. Right. Cool. That's the treacherous bit. The rest of it's fairly straightforward from there. What's that you're saying, Chad? How about portable power? Oh, that's the one I've already read. Large, small grid battery, couple of flat motors, wings, a gyro, and all the AI required stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm thinking is something with a load of batteries on it that can land, discharge those batteries, recharge the lamp, and then fly off again. And go and recharge itself. I'd need a beacon on the lamp so that the moth AI could track it. What else would I need? The lamp, the moth itself would need a AI recorder block and an AI move block, a couple of gyros, one battery for itself at least, and then a couple of others as like storage batteries for transporting power. Yeah, moth to light. That was the concept that amused me the most about it, was having a little winged thing flying towards the lamp. But I'm going to get this magnesium sorted out first. Get that processed. Oh yeah, there's also want to make a quick change to the farm before I grow any more crops in there. Because I figured out where I can put a sorter for one of the robots so the stuff doesn't get stuck in it. I'm just gonna line this dude back up over here. Yeah. Number 9. Right, that is locked down. That should be pulling magnesium. It is indeed pulling magnesium, but it is also putting fruit in there that it shouldn't be. Or was that me? Oh, that was me, because I picked it up, didn't I? Bum 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 bum. Right, what are we going to do then? We're making magnesium. Oh, the sun is going down. Marvellous. I might go and sleep in a moment then, and get that to come back up. In the meantime, there is a sorter I want to put into here. Thank you. So, I had a little nosy at my piping system, and in theory, I should be able to pop a sorter in here, and then that can pull goods out of this guy. So, where did I put me pipes? There they are. Sorter. There we go. The right way around. Yes, you are. Cool. Oh, I've still got batteries on there from when I was building stuff earlier. I don't need a million power cells. I built too many of them when I was screwing around. Try it again. Steel tubes, obviously. Ah, iron. We've run out of that, haven't we? Bum 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 bum. Yep. Cool. Okay. Typical. Let's go do a quick run in the Sphinx. Oh yeah, and while I was at it, I also did a bit of work on the Sphinx as well. I welded up the reactors that were inside it because I can finally make metal grids, and it was annoying me having grayed out things on the toolbar. So, is reactors work now? Bum 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 bum. Even though they're on and doing absolutely nothing, might as well turn them off. Right, we shall drill out. More of this hole in the ground. Right, where is my projection beam? Let's have a little nosy, see where we want to line it up with. Right, so this iron deposit doesn't seem to go any further back that way. There's that little pillar of it right in the middle that's annoying me. Let's try and excavate that. Yes, Chad, there's never enough iron. Particularly when you're building robots. Right. I can't see a damn thing. Where are my lights? There we go. That looks roughly centered. Let's launch that drone. Maybe he'll see he's in about the right place. It looks like he's in about the right place. There we go. Hopefully that will... There we go. How are you full already? Did you not empty properly last time or something? You can't be full already. What? Hang on a sec. That's mega pressed the wrong button again. Hang on. What am I doing? I need to change my hotkeys. There we go. Right, that's the right button. Grill, you've got all of that in there. Those reactors. Oh, they're on you. I didn't weld up the reactors on the Scarab, that's why. Okay, why is that not pulling into the Sphinx? What's broken there? Sphinx, reactor, ejector. Oh, hang on. Cargo container. Do. Why can't you get in there? What have I broken when I was doing stuff earlier? Do. There we go. Good old build vision. Ugh. Those are the reactors. They're not finished, so that's not a problem. Those are sorters. Why aren't you pulling the iron? Is there a sorter gone wrong somewhere or something? No, wrong thing. Sorter. Sphinx or sorter? Do. It's. Why is it set to ingots? There we go. For some strange reason, it got swapped from ingots to ore to ingots. I don't know why it did that. That's daft. Whatever. Okay, well, that works. We can get rid of that now. Cool, right. Another 50 tons of another 50 tons of iron. Nope. Right, get up here sensibly. There we go. Right. Park you up. Let's turn off your lights. It's getting pulled off there, isn't it? Yeah, there's magnesium. Is there something else I've screwed up? Access to that. Iron. Yes, there is something else in there I have messed up. This is what happens when you do things and don't test them properly. What other sorter have I messed up? Is it the docking sorter for you? There isn't a docking sorter for you. Ejectors, ejectors, ejectors. There isn't a docking sorter for you, there's only that. So why were you not transferring or through here. Factory sorter, are you the issue? Ingots, again. Okay, that's an interesting bug. A load of my filters that were ore now seem to have been changed to ingots. Since the update. There we go, iron is now being pulled. I thought I was going mad there. Yes, Chad, another one set to ingots. I don't know whether that bug, the last update has changed something about the tags and gotten them confused, because that's a point. Right, sorters, other sorters. I've got ejector sorters. They're all still set to stone. That's set to stone. That's set to stone. Right, they're all fine. Ammo sorter, ammo sorter. Algae. Factory. Incomplete one, that's the one in the farm. It only seems to be in the ones that had the ingots, the ore group, swapped over to ingots for some reason. But it was affecting one that was on my base and one that was on a separate grid. So, interesting bug, but strange. Anyway, that was that. Right, what was I doing in the meantime? Yeah. Oh, hang on a second. I just need to pop away from my computer for a second. I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a minute. Right, sorry about that. That was sorted. No, just somebody knocking on my door. Right. Okay, so it's the middle of the night. I can't see anything. We've got iron, we've got magnesium. Let's hop into bed so we can get the sun back up and recharge this dude a little bit better. Ooh, I also want to replace this door, because we've got new doors that would be better for that spot. Bum bum bum. Come on, there we go. The sun is up. Right, this door, I want to replace this, because we've got some new ones that I quite like. So let's get rid of that. Let's just pop that in there. Weld that up. Right, where are these new doors? Number 4. Let's get the right colour. There we go. Centered doors. We've got half versions of them. I quite like these glass centered half doors. I think they look pretty cool, so I'm going to swap it for that. Of course, because I put the steel plate in the floor. There we go. Yeah, I really like these new doors. I think they look awesome, and they marry up with the half windows quite nice. So, I need to redo the sensor. I just called it a habitat door, didn't I? In fact, we'll take that on there. We'll change that name to that. We'll take that door open and that door closed. Oh yeah, also I modded my game, so I've now got a skeleton hand for a cursor to fit with my skeleton spacesuit kind of vibe, which I quite like. I'm proud of my skeleton hand cursor. I like it. It did take directly modding the game files, so it's not really a mod that I could make public on Steam, because it wouldn't work. It directly affects game files long before you boot up any save files, so I don't know how to mod stuff like that. Not in a shareable way, anyway. Yeah, that looks loads better. I like that. Much nicer. Right, we can finish off that sorter in here now, because I got distracted. The hell was that? Oh, was that an unknown signal nearby that I didn't notice? Either that or something of mine just exploded catastrophically. I'm going to hope it was an unknown signal. Oh, yeah. Let's just get rid of that. Right, can you make the small steel tubes now? I did just go and get you a load of juicy iron. How is that iron missing? What you... Oh, is it not producing fast enough or something? Nope. Right, what is going on? Oh, it's because it's doing all the magnesium. Let's do some iron first. In fact, we'll split these up into chunks. There we go. There we go. Iron is crafting. We'll do the bullets later. We'll do the plates later. Give me the tubes. There we go. Steel tubes. Cool. What did I name this sorter over here? F-bot docking sorter. And I just copy those settings. Ooh, that needs a name as well. Dread farm. F-bot docking hinge. It'll just be that for the moment. Ooh, wrong button. Yeah, that'll be fine. Can I paste those settings onto there? Yes, I can. Cool. Right, that can be docking sorter for F-bot. Number 1. There we go. Right, cool. F-bot. Docking sorter. Where are you? Oh, that one in the floor. Right, cool. Whitelist. I'll just do all the individual things. Fruit. Veg. Grain. Oh, I need to find more of that one day. And mushrooms. If we ever find them at all. Right, that can do that. That's on drain all. That should now be pulling stuff at him. Cool. We are pressurized again. Right, let's plant some more seeds. What have we got here? Seeds, chili packs. Let's make 10 more of each of them. Yes, consumables will cover some of them. It will cover the edible ones. Grain isn't edible, so you have to add that separately, so I just thought I'd just put all of them in individually. I think there should be a separate group for all of the harvestable crops. Maybe just a group called crops, but Yeah, the way it's set up at the minute, as far as I know, is consumables just includes the edible things. Right, seeds. What have I got? Loaded them. I'll give it a minute. So, farming is way better now. You can just add the seed packs to your toolbar, like any other item. You can then select them and go bam, 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 just by clicking the left mouse button. And this is way, way, way better. Way, way better than what we were doing before. I can go back in there. Is that all my veggie seeds? I think I need more than that. How many did I plant? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I need at least 2 more vegetable seeds. Production, veggie, seeds. There we go. That'll do. Well, speaking of, let's eat one of my chili packs and then make some more. Oh my god, that is so much better than clicking a button, then clicking another button, then clicking another button. Just to do it once. Yeah, that's a way better system. I like that. That is vastly improved. Right. Ooh, chili packs. Right. There's some food. Let's eat some more of that. Right, cool. The farm can do its thing for the moment. Oh, that's a question though. Ice. Ice is on 38. Realistically, I need some kind of indicator to let me know when I'm running low on ice. Because I won't really know until I come in here and find all my crops are dead. So, let's see if we can set up something to let us know. So, controller, ice low. Call it that for the moment. Alright, there's a terminal. Ice low. There's so much stuff to rename. I'm going to do that off stream at some point. Have I checked out the Farmhand script by Duke Skyloafer? No, I haven't. Tell me more. What does it do? I generally try and keep things script free as much as I can, because I like to try and work out ways that everyone on all platforms can use, but if it's a good enough script, or it does something that I literally cannot replicate in a vanilla fashion, then maybe. What was I doing? Oh yeah, ice. Ice low. So you're going to stay on cargo filled. You're going to be, let's call you less than 5% for now. Irrigation system. So we can have a look at you. Hopefully. Welder away. Ah, there we go, it's updated. Right, it is at 47 and a bit %. 5% might be a bit low. Let's call it 10%. So when that drops below 10%, I want it to set off an alarm of some description. Ooh, I could also... Where is it? Broadcast controller. There we go. We can sneak this into the farm's computer. We can also get it to send us a signal direct to our HUD to notify us that we are low on ice, missing one radio component. What's that? It monitors farm plots, O2 levels, ice levels and things, and can activate various blocks for warnings and display on LCDs. That does sound quite interesting. Got my radio components? There we go. Does sound interesting. Hello, bot number 1. How are you doing? Dread Farm. DFRM. Just call that for a moment. If you... you have actually got a control panel I can get into. Lovely. Right, message 1 can be... ice low in big capital letters. And dum. Recommend watching his tutorial, get a better feel. Yeah, I might do. I will have a look for that at some point. I might do it later after this stream. So, bum, where are they? My lights are there. That's the wrong group. Let's put a big flashing light on the top of that. Just for the fun of it. I'll have that light go off when we're low on ice. Although I'm going to change some of those settings because I feel the 90 RPM is a little bit seizure inducing. The speed it flicks around that. 60 is a little bit nicer. I'll make that light blue because that's a nice icy colour. Right, you can go off. You can be Red Farm 01 ice low. In fact, it's not doing capital letters, I'll just daft like that. Ice low light. Cool, right, so ice low. When that gets low, we will have it turn that light on. When it gets above and gets refilled, it can turn off. Broadcast controller. Red Farm 1, thank you. Transmit message 1. That's all it needs for the moment. Cool. Alright. It's up to 36, right, so that's got a while to go yet. In fact, right, it's decreasing at a measurable rate, so can we do a little test? Let's make sure this actually works. It's now at 44.4, 44.3. Okay. Let's set it to 44.2. Oh, I missed that. 44. I'll just put it at 44. It's going down quicker than I thought it would. Alright, that'll drop again in a second. While this stuff's growing. When it gets below that, it should work. There we go. Right, there you go. It's dropped below 44%. It has turned that on and it has sent me a message to my HUD saying ice low. So that does indeed work. Groovy. I just need to reset all the bits of it now. So that can measure that effectively. Right, pull that down to 10. Oh, and it automatically stops. Wonderful. Right, cool. The ice warning system kind of does work. I would like an alarm involved as well. Well, I've got sound blocks on here. There we go. Now if I put that on top of them, it'll look poo, because it cuts right through the model. That's a bit lame. I can put that where it doesn't look crap. I use no, I can't use my jetpack. That doesn't work. What about that? Again, I could put the alarm somewhere else, maybe. That's not really a great spot. You know, I might just stick it on the side of that beacon for now. It's not like I'm really gonna be looking back here too much. Sound block. Dread Farm 01. Ice. Low. Alarm. Get some ice things. I have the range on that be 150 meters. Maybe a bit further. What have we got then? Wish we had some more effects and less musical tracks. There isn't really anything that's too appropriate. I'll just go with that. Yeah, it can just be that for the moment. Ice low. When it gets low, you can also trigger or play that. Cool, I'll leave that like that for the moment then. That stuff's growing. 34%, it's growing quite well. 55%, that won't be too long till that's done. Ice is... yeah, still got a decent chunk of it. And we've got a hideous storm to contend with. Wonderful, right. Yeah, I think that's everything I want to do in the farm for the moment. Not seen any spiders for a while. Oh, I'm getting irrigated as well because of the storm. Brilliant. I know, it's just because of the sun. We're safe in here. Right, so... what should I do next? Ow, smacked in the face. What's the power consumption like? We are doing pretty good on that. Oh yeah, I wanted to build a substation for some power. It wasn't just a battery sitting out in the open. I also need to make all of this look a little cleaner. In fact, that is completely redundant. That is doing absolutely nothing right now. Ready to replace that. All that's doing is connecting that up to the mech. Warning, suit power is low, fine. Jump in the mech cockpit, don't worry. Come out, yeah, it's... would say that. So I've just disconnected all that stuff. But we can reconnect it. It's fine, there we go. Everyone settle down. I don't know why they beeped when the power went out, that's strange. Anyway, once reconnected, and looks slightly less horrible. Right, the storm is nearly over. As he says, as you get smacked in the face with debris. I'm just gonna hop into the bed for a second. It's less tedious than holding the button down on the survival kit. And we are recharged. Actually, I probably could do with a little bit of survival kit, get some of that health back. There we go, that's better. Right, so let's try and solve current problems before I start creating new ones. So this poor dude just does not generate enough power through his solar panels to adequately recharge his battery. What the hell was that? Is that bug still a thing? That bug is still a thing. I hate that. Right, just so everyone is aware, there is a bug with hydrogen thrusters that are not connected. That they can cause damage to blocks directly in front of them, even though they have no fuel source. I thought that bug had been solved. Apparently not. Because this thing has 0 hydrogen storage on it. I have not even built a single hydrogen tank in this run so far. And as you all saw, that damaged that block there. Thought that issue had been fixed, but apparently not. You damaged anything else around here? Right, so I'm gonna... Have I got any steel plate on me? No, I haven't. Right, I'll be back in a second. And that actually happened because... there's a way in there. That happened because I turned the block on and off. Connected to fuel. It's not connected to any fuel. It can't. It's currently switched off now, and it says connected to fuel. Turn it on. Warning, no fuel. So there's some weird little bug in there that gives it enough power to break stuff when you turn it on and off. Yeah, Chad, that's exactly what I'm going to go and do. Get some armor plates for the side of it so it's covered. But it shouldn't be an issue in the first place. I don't know why it does that. I'm sure it was a problem that went away for a while and then has come back again. Steel plates. Ugh, annoying. I thought that problem had been fixed. Right, well, I've got a bug report to write later. We'll just cover it with that for now. I'm trying to keep the weight down on this guy, if possible. Right, hopefully that will do. Right. Yeah, they're miles away. Oh, there he goes. Right. So, lamp bot. His battery isn't great. He is going to be depleted in 4 minutes because his current output is 250 kilowatts. Because that thruster is outputting quite a bit. So, my options are redesign him so he doesn't have a thruster on him, and reduce and decrease the amount of power he uses, which I don't want to do, because then it makes it a little bit more tricky to get him to stop and start effectively. So I'm gonna try making some kind of flying thing, put some batteries on him and see if that works. We'll have to make some adjustments to the lamp bot. I need to put a few bits on him. So let's add another small connector onto there, or a small head. Think about a flying bot, a little flying thing with batteries that could recharge him. How could we do that? Gonna need a connector, but it doesn't actually need any conveyoring. Let's also get a different colour. A little bit too close. Do that. Yeah, put that there for a second. So yeah, he's gonna run out of power in 5 minutes. Also, I didn't dig that hole out too far, did I? No, he's still giving it a wide berth. That's fine. Right, so we're gonna need a connector. Where's my connector bits? That'll be that colour. So we'll have a connector on the bottom of him, which doesn't really need to actually connect up to anything else other than that, so that should be fine. I'm going to need some things to stand on, so I can actually get around and see what I'm doing. Right. So, flight time. How long does it need to fly for? What else do we need to do? Right, well, I'm just going to start simple, and we'll figure it out from there. So, the absolute basics, connector and the battery, they are going to go slap bang in the middle. That is going to connect him that is going to power him, hopefully. At least for the short time he needs to fly. Oh, actually, a single battery might not be enough for... Oh, actually, no, because the skiff's only got a single battery. And he lasts ages, and he's got lots of thrusters on him, so actually that won't be too bad. Alright. Or has it got a single battery? I'm sure it does. Did I only build 2, or did I build 1? Did I build 2? Yeah, I only built the 1, didn't I? Yeah, and that can fly for like 2 hours with all those thrusters. Yeah, okay. 1 battery should be fine. Bum 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 bum. But I might actually stick the battery in the back to make it more moth-like. So let's do some AI blocks and control stuff first. So I'm going to treat that connector as the center of this thing. Let's put a remote control bang in the middle of that. And I can fly it with that. We can have... where is the front? There it is. Flight move block for AI flying. Flight recorder block for pathfinding. What else do we need to have on there? We need to have a relay, so it can send and receive signals. It needs an antenna, so it can send and receive signals. Bum 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 bum. Where are any of those bits? Right, so I could put... for the moment, let's just slap some bits in place. Ideas will come to me after that. I'm just going to put one of them on the front of it for now. I'll almost certainly move it later. Really want a small version of the compact antenna. I got a parabolic one instead. So that's the antenna. We need a relay so that the lamp bot can call it automatically. Relays are in here. Put that on the back for now. Bum 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 bum. And then I'll inevitably need a few more bits, but let's just get a basic shape going, and then I'll have a battery on the back for his power, and then we can probably stick some thrusters out the side for wing type things, but for the moment, let's get these bits welded. What are we on? 1 hour and 14. That's fine. There's loads of time left. Right, so that's that. I'm probably going to move in that antenna, but that'll do for the moment. Low energy. Let's go sit on my couch for a second. And while we're at it, we will eat some more of that lovely chili. Ironically, I actually had chili for my dinner tonight. Cool. Right, there we go. Right, connector. Let's do that. I should have a load of power cells already. Yes, I do. Wonderful. Right, let's put you on recharge Yeah, you can charge up for a minute. So you can do your thing. Oop. Load spike. Right, what else do I need? I am gonna need an event controller so that when it receives a signal it activates, and I'm gonna need something to activate that controller as well. I keep going past them. There they are. Right. So, I'll inevitably need more than one event controller. So let's pop a couple of them in there, and then we can have. In fact, let's get a different colour. Just a couple of placeholder blocks, which I will inevitably end up taking out and using the space for something else. I just want to get some attachment points in there. Bom, 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 bom. And then, where are my modded thrusters? Are they still on my toolbar? Those them? No, those are the generic ones. I'll just pop them in here. Where are my improved fan thrusters? There they are. Way round is that? That way round. Never had. There of them for the lift. That should be more than enough for that tiny little drone. It'll need a bit of forwards and backwards. It will also need storage to take with it, because I want it to directly use that battery and only that battery for its flying around. And then we need extra batteries for its storage that's going to take to the other drones, to the lamp bots. So let's take them off. Maybe I might mount a pair of batteries like that, and then move that connector down a little bit. So I could have two like that, and I'm pretty sure these will be able to support the weight of all of that. They're quite strong. Let's get that. Action relays. Yes, there will be relays in here to call it. I need to put one on the lamp bot as well. Why am I crouching down? I built that whole thing on a piston. Oh, still not set up the piston buttons. That was the entire reason I built it like that, you fool. I will just build it on a beam block for now. Let's have that connector back in there. That's get welded back up so it's not going to smack into anything when it tries to land. I'll have these two batteries for discharging when it lands. Get them welded up next then. Oh, it only needs a computer, that's not too bad. Alright, that battery can definitely go on recharge. Ah, I need my computer. There we go. Also put you on recharge, so all of that can recharge. Right, what else do we need to do? We need directional thrust. He's only small, and so is the skiff. The skiff only needed 2 in either direction. So I should keep it fairly simple. Yeah, okay. We'll just put 2 directional thrusters for each axis. Just have a couple of little ones. So I might just do something like that for the moment, for the front and back. That's forwards and backwards. We need left and right, and we need a little bit of down thrust. Because otherwise the AI will get moody if it doesn't think it can fly down. One of them either side, at the back maybe. There we go. And then I'm going to need... we'll give it 2, because all my experimenting with drones and flying stuff, players don't necessarily need a down thruster to drop down in height when flying. AI blocks seem to get a little bit upset if they can't fly down, and then they will usually end up pitching their nose up in a weird way and then just flying directly up. So if you want it to fly down, for instance towards a landing pad or docking station or something, it needs to have something that the AI can actually push down with. Otherwise it just gets very confused, it doesn't understand gravity and dropping properly. It needs directional thrust to do its calculations. Right, let's turn all of these thrusters off before I weld them, otherwise it will be a clangy mess as the inertial dampening of the thrusters tries to fight each other, which it can and most probably will do. Big thrusters are off, big thrusters are off. Right, cool, okay, that should be okay. Oh, top ones. Top, off, top, one, off. Right, so, how have I got? No, 1, 2, 3, that just fill up on them, really. And we need to build some more bits. I mean, I'm sure the simple answer to the power issue with the lamp bot is just to redesign it so it's more power efficient, but I like to engineer myself's problems and then engineer myself back out of the problem again. So we're going to do this the stupid way. And build a robot that can recharge the other robot, instead of just making the first robot more efficient. What's that? Chad. What's that? I suppose temperamental AI getting fussy over thrusters in all directions is still better than having to manually remote control everything. It absolutely is. The AI in SE is pretty good, but it can be tricked in a variety of ways to do interesting things. Such as all the stupid things that I do with land-based mechs and ground-based AI rovers, which I haven't done as many of as I'd like to actually. I need to do more of them. I still haven't seen a spider in ages. I was playing this for hours today while I was building that bridge. And I've been playing this for an hour and a half now, and I've not seen a single spider yet. There's the new update balked the spider spawns on Pertum. That would be very disappointing if it has. I was hoping for some spider action. If anybody knows whether that's a thing or not, please let me know. I know the update's only been out a week, but if they've broken spiders on Pertum, I'd be very disappointed by that. Right. Those two thrusters, I've done the ones on top. The meteors still seem to work, but I've not had a single spider. Unknown signal. No, I'm not going for that. I can't be bothered right now. I'm in the middle of doing this. There we go. Right, that's that. That is that. Bring you down again. Oh yeah, actually need to do these event controllers. Right, so now I've got to work out how... Oh, sorry, what's that? Speaking of rovers, looking forward to wheels being added to SE2 and seeing how rovers would handle... yeah. Yeah, it will be nice when they've added some more blocks to SE2. I'm still patiently waiting on those mechanical blocks. They've teased us with like one little picture of a piston and a rotor, or was it just a piston? I think it was just a piston so far. But yeah, as soon as the mechanical blocks are a thing in SE2, I will be far more into it and playing it a little bit more. At the moment, SE2 still kind of not got much interest with me at the moment. I need them subgrids, I need those mechanical bits, I need those programmable things like event controllers and timers. Right, so how do I want to program this? I want it to be able to lock down and stuff. In fact, how do I want to do this first? It'd probably be handy if I put some kind of block in it that's got a terminal that I can access. Let's just stick a good old-fashioned programmable block on there and get some bits for that. Because I'm going to have to set up some programming and some groups for this guy. I can just delete this thing later. Suit energy is low again, obviously. Alright, give that a second. Yeah, I am curious if the new update has balked spiders on Pertum, because I've been here for about 5 hours over the course of today, and I've not seen a single spider. And I was getting them fairly frequently over the last few weeks. Now, new update, no spiders. So I'm wondering what's happened there. Maybe they're all just hiding somewhere, waiting for me to get complacent, and then 20 of them will attack me all at once. Debris, whatever. Right, what do I need to do with this damn thing? I need to name some stuff first to make it a little bit easier to find. Right, let's do some stuff. Moth. Thank you. We'll just call that moth thruster copy. I'll just paste that onto all of the thrusters for the moment. I can't be bothered going through the toolbar, the control panel, looking for all of this stuff individually. I really hope the spiders aren't broken on this planet. So I was recording an episode of... Ow, smacked in the face again. I should probably go get some health. I was recording an episode of Alien Survival the other day, and the spiders still spawn on the alien world properly. If anything, their spawn rate might have gone up. I was getting a lot of spider attacks on the alien world. But I've not had a single one here today. Right, so, where were we? Oh yeah, naming stuff. That's named, that's named, that's named. Those are renamed. Those are renamed. Right. Let's name these batteries. So, moth battery. I'll call it storage for now. So these are going to be the ones that I want it to transfer power from. I've put 2 spaces in there, haven't I? Yep, of course I have. And I've done it on that one as well. There we go. It was only a quick Google search, and the only discussion was someone asking, and the reply was it took a while, but they did eventually get spiders. After, oh. Maybe they've fiddled around with the spawning rates of them on the different planets, because when I was, like I said, when I was on the alien world the other day recording an episode of Alien Survival, they seem to be spawning a lot more frequently. And in the 5 hours I've been here today, I haven't seen a single one yet, so... maybe they have tweaked them. Fine, I will go back into the game files and I will tweak them back and make my own spider mod. Probably reset the threat level by accident, so to speak. Well, I was reading the patch notes. They've changed the whole spider wolf faction thing. Spiders accepted by everybody. Automatically accept members. That's weird. Yeah, maybe they've reset some stuff. I don't know. But I was hoping to fight some spiders today. I was hoping to also build a defense robot to shoot the spiders, but if they're not going to bother turning up, there's not much point me building a defense robot. Anyway, that can just be a standard battery. Not have to worry about that. That can be moth docking port. Yeah, I read that they had changed it so you don't get pirate rep for killing the spiders and wolves. Oh, is that what they changed? I hope they haven't changed too much else and fiddled about with it. Right, you get to be moth 01 AI unit. Move. Moth. Oh. I'm gonna need another AI block. Because I need to have multiple locations. Might have to do a little bit of redesigning. Let's take you out of there. Because I need to have one for the base, because this needs somewhere to dock itself and recharge, and then one for the location on the lamp. Now I also want to build another lamp at some point. So do I preempt that now and build? Yeah. So do I build? Yeah. So we're going to need another one for another lamp bot, which I am going to build at some point. Where are we attached to, so I don't actually accidentally cut things off by mistake. That's all good, that should all be attached. So, if I cut you out, hopefully this won't all collapse. Yep, that's fine. Right, so we are going to have... Ow. That debris really hurts after a while. One moth per lamp would keep the skies busy. Yeah, I'm not sure how busy I want to make it at the moment. I'm thinking of potentially having... Oh, actually, that there might be conflict with that down the line. Yeah, maybe you're right, Chad, actually. One moth per lamp. So we'll try and do it with... Oh, speaking of spiders, there we go. Right, they're not broken, they are here. I think it's dead. Oh, cool, right. That has alleviated that concern. Where are you? I hear you, Scott. Oh, there you are. Right, so that's alleviated that concern. There are still spiders. Cool. They just take a little bit longer to spawn, apparently. Cool, right, okay. Right, so it's still worth trying to make defense robots. Groovy. Yeah, Deborah's being a... I don't want to swear on camera. Deborah's not being very nice to me today. Yeah, you know what? I will keep it simple. Remember the basic principles of engineering. Keep it simple, stupid. Right, we'll just do one for landing on the drone and one for landing on the base. And I'll make multiple drones for multiple lamps. Because why not? Why not be stupid about it? Right, we'll put that remote control back then. And we'll just try and keep it simple. Gonna need blocks for that. Ooh, turn that light off. So what else do I need to do? I need to put a beacon and a connector on top of the lamp bot. What's that noise? Oh, is that just the sound effect of the background music? I thought it was a weird spider hissing sound. Right. Hey, my gun colour's changed. Ah, all of my tools have changed. All the skins are back to the default ones. Oh. What? When did that happen? I only just noticed that. Damn it. Fine. I have to go back to the character. If you limit each lamp bot to a specific region around the base, won't have moths crossing each other. Yeah, that is also another issue. There are ways of doing that. like the collision detection kind of stuff. Because that is going to be a slight issue, is the wind turbine towers in the middle of my base. But you can just use a med bay. Yes, I can, but I need to find silver before I can build one of them. I don't think I've got the medical components in my survival kit. Because it's more medical components, isn't it? For medical stations. Do 15 of them in the survival kit. Yeah, I've only got the 3 medical components I started with, I think. Unless I can build more of them now. But I'm sure you need silver for that. Unless I found some somewhere. No. Not the food processor. Yeah, medical components need silver. I've not got any of that yet, and I've not even spotted any. So, it's something I'll just have to do from the main menu screen later on. I didn't notice any of that. Right, so what was I doing? Oh yeah, welding. Welding that up. So that's gonna be AI units. I'd call it lamp. AI unit lamp for now, and AI units base. Names aren't massively different. Another option, each moth has its own operating altitude, one flies at 20, 30 and so on. Yes, that is also a possibility. I think we can do things like that now. We can set quite a few values with the vane controllers and things, and in the various different blocks, so that's quite easily a possibility. Right, so all those batteries are charged. Let's put you back onto auto. Moth thrusters. Let's make a group for you. So I can turn you on and off. Oh, you fool. It's not going to go anywhere properly unless you build at least one smegging gyroscope on it. Have I got gyroscopes on the toolbar, or have I moved those as well? No, there they are. I always forget to build gyroscopes on stuff. The skiff did pretty well, to be honest, with the one, because I've got my stronger gyro mod. So I'm going to put that on there, and that should be fine. Doesn't need loads and loads of gyro control for something as small as it's going to be. There you go. Right. Now you'll actually be able to move around. Cool, gyroscope. Right, should be in. That's meteors. Ah, they're miles away. It's fine. That's fine. It should be in a half-decent place to test this thing actually flies. Yeah, clang, clang, clang. That's why I don't like... There we go. Right, you are now flying and not clanging. Cool, right, you've got plenty of lift. Forward, backward, left, right, up, down. And you can pitch around and do stuff. You've got around 1 to 2 hours flight time, depending how hard you're pushing. Oop. Right, okay. That's not too bad for the moment. Right, so I might as well seeing as he can fly reasonably well and do the things I want him to do. And take that out. Might as well. You know what we'll do? Pop into bed quickly, sleep, get that sun to come back up. And we might as well figure out a docking port for him. And then we can work on the programming from there. Because I can't really program much of the docking controls without it. Where has the lamp bot gone? Lamp bot, have you run out of power? Ah, there you are. Yeah, you've run out of power again mid-stride. Right, well you're there. We'll figure you out in a minute. Docking port for Moth. Where could I build something where it's not going to be a hazard to itself and my base? I want to save this spot here for another reasonably sized building. I was going to build some kind of potentially printing factory or something in that spot. We need a little port and it needs to be outdoors. It doesn't need a roof because a roof will be a pain and it needs to be able to fly up. I might just tack it onto the side of the habitat here actually. Yeah, let's go grab it, see how wide it is compared to the other blocks. Can I ride it like a skateboard over there? Possibly. Aha, just about. Nicely wedged between the battery and the gyros. Interesting way to travel. Right, how wide are you? And how many of you could I potentially get in a row over here? You are basically 3 blocks wide, from the look of it. Yeah, you're more or less 3 blocks wide. So a docking port would have to be 3 blocks wide. A gap in the middle. Another 3 blocks, so I can get 2 here, potentially, side by side. Okay. Right, that has been an hour and 49 minutes, so I'm going to have a quick bio break and get a fresh cup of tea, because what's left of mine has gone cold. And when I come back, I'll build a docking station for that dude. Oh, the sun's out as well, so I need to get away from the radiation for a minute anyway. Yeah, so I'm going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. And I'll leave you with a slightly more interesting view of my base for the moment. And if we're lucky, the lamp bot might generate enough power to move a little bit, but I doubt he'll go very far. So yeah, don't go anywhere. I'll be back in 5 minutes, probably less. Right, we are back. So, AI programming for daft ideas. How everything doing? Yep, all seems to be working still. Cool. Right. Let's build a little docking. Let's get my HUD back. Let's build a little docking platform here. Doesn't need to be that fancy. Don't need to pipe anything in. is we're using purely electricity. Right. Let's get back on top of him. Let's take control of him again. Let's also change his name. I'm just going to call him Moth number 1 for the moment. So we want him to sit about there. I don't want him to get too close to the building. That should be alright. Yeah, that won't be too bad. Where are my stairs? Have I taken the ramps off again? I have. Don't know why that block was in there. But let's copy that colour. Oh, I was aiming at armour plates, that clumsy. There we go. Right, there's some stairs we can get up. Let's just put that in there for a moment. Oh, actually, no. Let's decorate it. I've got an idea. That can come out. That can come out. Where's those interior blocks? Here they are. Ooh. No, that's an idea I'll do later. I want to get the basics working first. Connector, right. Insert. Small. Right, so we can have that as its connection point to the base. That, and the rest is steel plate. Let's get that as well. There we go. Oh yeah, the radiation's out again, isn't it? Great. I really did pick one of the most inhospitable planets to do this on. No ice, very little magnesium, very few spiders. Well, actually, that's supposedly... I suppose that makes it more hospitable, but... There we go. Right. There are some bits. Well, that... not that. Let's do the connector. Right, and then that'll be able to land directly on there. I've got a beacon on the base, haven't I? There's one in the farm for their waypoints. Do I want to do this differently though? Because I'm going to need... Well, actually, I might need more AI blocks. Yeah, I will actually need more AI blocks. Because if I set a waypoint on him relative to that, and he launches and that building is in the way, he will just go, try and go straight through the building. I need him to launch up and clear and away. Then find the target. Oh yeah, Chad, I've found ice. I've got an ice deposit about 1 kilometre that way, and I literally built my base here because there's an ice deposit just over there. It's tricky to find on person. Oh, he's sprung to life a little bit. And then he used all his power, making one step. Right, let's think about AI programming. How should I do it? How should I do it? How should I do it? Oh, that's a point. If I make another one of him, I would have to reprogram the docking sequence I make from it from scratch. If I just had a fixed beacon, or if I was using that beacon over there. Right, change of plan. Let's take this out of here. I'm going to set this drone up in a way that I should be able to print another version of him and easily set him up with his own docking port and not have to screw around too much with docking controls. So what we can do instead is take a rotor, get rid of that, put a small head on it, get the parts to actually weld the thing up. I can find the right bit. There we go. Ah, that's me kicking it by mistake. Right, so what I can do is build a custom little docking port on a rotor head. Fit that with a beacon. Record its docking routine relative to that beacon on the docking port. And then if I build another Moth, I can just build another docking port the same way with its own beacon, and all of the relative waypoints recorded in it will copy over. They will just need resetting to the new beacon. Whereas if I did it all with a single beacon on the base, or relative to that one, I would have to reprogram the docking controls for each version of this that I've built after that. So let's set this up and build a little custom docking platform on it. Alright, let's get you back to 0, because I don't actually need you to move. And you'll notice that 0 on the model for the rotor part isn't actually in the centre. That's the centre of the hinge, that's the centre of the rotor, and it's off by a few degrees to the left. Been like that for ages, I just didn't know whether anyone else had noticed. Right, so doesn't need any conveyoring or anything like that, it just needs a base to build it on. Ooh, you know what we could use? Let's use one of them right in the middle. Ooh, that moved in an interesting way when I put that down. Whatever. I'll have that in the middle. Then we should be able to squeeze them in the gap around the outside. Get some of the nice square corner pieces in there to fill that gap in. Weld them up. And we can even paint the outside of this, because this is one of the few stripy textures that actually matches up properly. Cool, right, that'll do that. And then we need docking port in the middle, which can go there. We can have beacon at the back, or directly underneath actually. Oh, hey, Outcast01, how are you doing? Just have that like that, and then the beacon it's going to be relative to. Just sit at the back like that, hopefully. I should already have the parts for that. Yep, that's fine. And I need a radio component. Let's get rid of them. Just grab the radio component. Dum, 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 dum. You're eating a sandwich, working on custom computer things. Doing okay, you? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm doing alright. Stream's going okay. Trying to resolve power issues with the lamp bot because he uses more power than he actually reclaims with those solar panels he's got on him. Solar panels are a little bit underpowered in my opinion. I think they should be a bit stronger. Oh, come on, just shield me a little bit. There we go. Right, I'm shielded from the radiation. Right, Dread Farm. What are we gonna call? Yeah, I'm all back to normal again now, man. Kind of getting back into the schedule I was trying to keep up before with streaming and recording and stuff. Yeah, all back to normal. Right, so this was going to be Dread Farm. Moth docking port number 1, because we are going to do more of them eventually. Dread Farm. Moth docking beacon 01. Right, let's do just a little bit of greebling on the side of this thing. Cover it up a little bit as well. That can go there. That can go there. There, that will do me for the moment. Right. So, I am actually going to need more AI block for the moth. Right, that's him sitting in position. Good. Let's go get the skiff, because I need to be able to get on top of the moth. Yeah, that was a problem I thought might happen as well. When he turns on and off, when he runs out of power, that AI block turns off, and when it turns back on again, it resets, and it's now trying to get to a GPS location that's on the other side of the base. I'm just going to turn you off for the moment. Yeah, because if I turn him on, he starts doing stupid stuff as he's trying to get over there, and he's probably a bit stuck now. I'll figure that out in a minute. Why did I come over here in the first place? Oh yeah, skiff. Skiff. Right. Let's take you over here. Oh, I ended up building a small plate on there by mistake when I was building the bridges earlier. Right, let's try. Oh, actually, I am going to have to try and dig you out of there without breaking you, because I need you to be in a sensible place while I set up these controls. Ugh. You're going to be a pain in the bum now, aren't you? What did I turn off when I turned all that stuff off? Turned off all of that. Let's just turn that back on temporarily. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I need to dig you out of there. Your gyros are off, aren't they? Yeah, there we go. Ugh, this might be a bit difficult, actually. Let's take all the friction out of there for a minute. Can I? Yep, I can see it sparking at the top. Can I free you up a bit? There we go. Let him slide away. Let him slide away. Let him slide away. Reset the friction. There we go. Cool. Right, that was fairly painless. Why are your walk controls not working? Oh, because the thrusters are off, aren't they? Turn them on for a second. Well, that is literally using all of his power just to get him to turn around. Yeah, that was all of his power. That was all the power he had left. Oh, hello, Storm Chaser. No, you haven't missed a whole lot. Mostly me trying to... Yep, there he goes. Dead again. That battery is now dead. But the thruster is still on. I don't know how you've got enough power to work, but the button on the back isn't doing anything. Right, let's just turn all of that off again. Oop. What are you doing? Okay, you're doing something strange. Let's pull that back on recharge. Robots can be difficult at times. Why aren't you doing anything now? It's because you've got absolutely no... it's because you've got no power. Put that back on auto for a second. Then trigger that to reset that. Then put that back onto recharge for a minute. Right, you can sit there. Got a fair amount of clearance around you. That'll do for the purposes of setting up an AI drone, hopefully. Right, back to messing about with this side of things. Right, so when it flies up and when it flies down, actually no. Ah, you can't get me up here. No, just bug it off into the floor. Oh, there you are. Haha. I've got a mate somewhere that wants to kill me. Ah. The turrets took care of that one for me. Let's go grab that spider meat before it despawns. Cool, thank you. Right, it's good to know the spiders are not in fact bugged, and they actually do work. Right, so back to what I was saying. So I need this to launch up and clear of the base, because if I only use two of them, it is going to... Hang on, let me think about this. Yeah, because if it's trying to land at a waypoint that's relative to the thing that's moving about, those relative waypoints are going to move. So, if, for instance, the lamp bot is on the other side of this building, like it is now, that would launch and try and plow through the building and get confused. So, I need it to launch up into the air, then activate another AI block, which takes it over there, and then I'll need to do the same in reverse, so I actually need 4, because that is what the Scarab uses. It uses 1, 2, 3... No, it only uses 3, because it's not trying to dock at the other location, that's why. But yeah, that uses 3 recorder blocks, so it can launch, do its drilling, and dock back up again. So, I'm going to have to pop 2 more AI blocks in the top of him. Oh, for God's sake. Just let me jump across properly. Try that. Again, there we go. Right, AI blocks. Right, so you can be... You'll do these slightly differently. You can be launch at base, and you can be dock at base. And then I will need another 2 for the lamp. Where are they? There they are. I can have another 2 there, and they can be launch and dock at the lamp. So, grab some more bits. Jump back inside. Actually deposit all of that stuff that we don't need. Come on, thank you. Detect components. Wicked. I really like those new doors. They're very good. Right, so, up here. Weld that. Weld that. That can be a moth AI unit. What are we going to call it? Lamp. Or call it lamp launch. The other one can be lamp dock. Right, that can do. No, I don't want to respawn. Lamp dock. Right, let's just check that stuff. Let's rename that so it makes more sense. We'll have lamp, base, launch, and dock. Go. Get rid of that. Base, dock. Right, so that'll make it a little bit more simple. Right. Base, dock, and launch. Lamp, dock, and launch. Cool. So we got that beacon set up there. Right. best way to do this then is to yeah, right, so if I take control, stop looking at the screen, there we go. I'd take control of them off, get him fairly level, fairly central if I can. Oop, easy. Yeah, I need to turn that connector off for a second, so I haven't got that magnetic force fighting with me, because I need to get this nice and low if possible. There we go, let's have a look at it from down here. Don't bounce it off the thing. There we go, that looks alright. Yeah, that'll do. Right, cool, so moth controls, AI. Right, so we can actually set up both of these together and then we can just reverse one of them. But when it docks, it is going to be relative to that beacon there, which I'll probably need to rename so it's a little bit shorter and a bit easier to see. But we'll go with that for now, that'll be fine. So we are docking, so we're going to do this one in reverse. Bum, bum, bum. Right, so add a waypoint down here. We'll also turn that on, so I can hopefully... Oh yeah, I need to actually turn the block on, don't I? Base, dock, AI. Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. Was I looking at the wrong one? I was looking. No, I wasn't. I'm looking at the right one. Ah, there we go. Right, I can now see that waypoint. Cool. Yep, cool. Right, I'm still in control of that. So, now we need to fly up a little bit. Try and be a little bit more careful. And when you're setting up AI docking routines like this, the AI can get a little bit fussy again if it has to fly directly down. So I usually fly up a little bit, come back a tiny bit. Like so, just make sure we're still clear of the building. Yep, there we go. And then we can record another waypoint there. AI block, dock, base. Yep, that's the correct one. Add another waypoint there. We can fly up a bit more. Probably be a good idea to get in the skiff so I can see exactly how high I've gone. It's hard to tell from the floor. Oh, yeah, actually, that's a decent height, that. It's not too bad. Let's get out of that. Let's get back into the moth. There we go. I'll level out a bit. And AI dock. We will add another waypoint there. We can then reverse that order. So we can now see that's number 1, that's number 2, and number 3 is down at the bottom. Right, move away from that waypoint. Set this block up, so I don't want it to be moving at 25 meters a second. That is a bit fast. Oop, altitude, that's the wrong one. Minimum altitude, I'll just set that to 0. 10 meters a second, actually that's far more reasonable, that's fine. They should be fine with the size of it for now, I think. You know what, I'll actually reduce the roll a little bit. I don't want him flipping over. Make that 10 degrees. You know, actually, I'll make both of them 10 degrees. I'll reduce it a little bit. Collision avoidance. We need to turn that off when it's docking, otherwise that won't do a damn thing. Right. Oh, there we go. Oh, you're flying way too quick. You need to settle right down. That was almost... I'm surprised that didn't break anything. That was a little bit erratic. Okay. AI. Your docking block. You need to turn off for a minute. You need to settle down. You... We're going to put on precision mode. And turn that back on. Turn that back on. And then we will hit play. There we go. That is a little bit nicer. Although, still a bit quick. I think 10 meters a second might actually still be a bit fast. Because he doesn't need to be whizzing around too quickly. Right, let's try that again. So, AI block on, precision mode on, 5 meters a second, that's a little bit nicer, AI on. Play. Why is that turning? Oh, blocks off. There we go. There we go, that's a little bit more pleasant. And then he'll orientate himself with that relative waypoint. Yeah, I think 5 meters a second is still a little bit quick as well, but he is landing properly, and that is what I wanted. Also, the mag lock will also cushion that a little bit as it gets closer. Okay, right. That's that bit working properly. Well, sort of. Let's turn that block off. Let's turn that block off so I can get control back again. And so, for the launch sequence, we wanted to travel off. Realistically, we only need one waypoint for that. So I can jump in the Moth, I can move that slightly forward so he doesn't have issues travelling up and down. Sometimes they do. And then we can set that base launch block, same thing. Relative waypoint to that beacon that we built down here. On the base, add a waypoint that is there. And then what that is ultimately going to end up doing is on that waypoint, in a minute, when I've set it up, I'm going to have this control these AI blocks. It's going to turn the launch one off, and then it'll turn the lamp docking one on, and then it'll be able to activate the AI that's going to take it over there. While we're here, let's do the same with that so we can see those waypoints. Cool, right, so AI Turn that AI on. Turn the docking AI on. Trigger it. It will fly up to that first waypoint. Reorient itself, because the relative waypoints actually have like a directional setting to them. He will then land down there. That AI then turns itself off because it's got to the end of its routine. And if I press play on the launch one, it'll fly up to that waypoint, and then it's ready to go and dock at the lamp. It means we need to now go and figure out what we're doing with the lamp. And this is where things are gonna get complicated. Oh, because the sun's going down, they're not taking any power. Typical. Typical. Right, skiff, come to me. There we go. Right, let's get up there and not fall down. Also, not smash anything. Right, so I need to build a docking port on this thing, so I'm going to take the antenna out and move that somewhere else. Ah, there it is. And then we need a docking port up here. And I'm just going to build it with one of them for now. That should be alright. Oh, hey, Iger. How are you doing, mate? We need parts, and it'll be easy to see with the sun up. So, let's go and sleep for a minute. And get this guy sorted out. Should probably bring him down for the sake of safety. Oh no, he's got 3 hours of idling time. He's fine up there. Bum 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 bum. Parts. Make some parts. Sleep in the meantime. Yeah, I do like this sleeping mod. It does make it a bit nicer to have the option to skip time ahead. And not have to worry about messing around in the dark all night. Right, let's go back to him. So, he needs this connector. He also needs a beacon. I'm also going to need to build some relays, and I need to check what relay channels I can actually use. I'm sure I've used 1 to 4 on the Sphinx and the Scarab setup, so channel 5 onwards should be free. I hope. Right, let's finish welding that. Lamp. I'm going to call it a charging port because that's essentially what it is. Not really a docking port. Right, so that's that. We need to figure out what else we're going to do. I need a beacon and I need to replace the antenna. So, I'm thinking I might get a beacon in there. Where would... Oh, I've just noticed that that is the wrong colour and I never painted it properly from last time. There we go. I've not got any parts for it, have I? No. Typical. What do I need for a beacon? I need at least steel plate. Right. Back in a second. Conveyor access in here. Thank you. Have I got any steel plate knocking around? Yes, I have. Right, I'll get the other parts in a minute. Yes, Chad, I am basically creating another problem to solve a previous problem. But that's the way I like to play this game. Easy. Right, gun firing up. More spiders, that's what it's firing at. Well, you can play down there. I'm safe up here for the moment. Where are you? There you are. I'm just going to keep popping out till I deal with you, aren't you? Ah, fine. Let's deal with you. Come on. There we go. Gotta get back up there again. Nope, that was the wrong button. Right, so let's get a beacon in here. Let's get a little bit closer. Right, beacon. Where are you? There you are. Might actually... Ooh, actually, I might put a beacon there and swap for just the old style antenna there. Yeah, I'll do that. Of course, adding a beacon is not going to help the power problems, but whatever. That and that. That I should be able to not weld up. So apparently I'm missing. Oh, I'm going to put parts away. Go get more bits. Yes, Chad, now that I have magnesium, I can afford to build some more turrets. That is on my agenda. I also want to build some defense robots. Something kind of similar to the lamp bot, but with a gun instead of lots of lights and LCDs on it. I might try and figure out a way of them to actually dock up and recharge. Because the last thing I want is a moth flying over to a defensive robot, only to get shot out of the air as the gun kicks in, so... When I build some defensive robots, I'm probably going to program them to dock themselves and recharge every so often. Get a little bit closer without breaking stuff. Cool, right, that's that. And that is that. I am also going to need a relay and an event controller, but I will do that bit once I've got this bit working properly. So, antenna, you can get that tag at the beginning. We will just call you lamp bot. Where's that beacon? There it is. We will do the same with you. So lamp 01. We'll also call you lamp bot. That makes it. I put lamped then, didn't I? Yes, I did. I knew I caught that out of the corner of my eye at the last second. Lamp bot. Right, that's that. that. You've got no power. I need some power so that you can actually send a signal. Fully depleted in 8 minutes, because when you idle, you drain more than you take in. For some reason, what is outputting? 60. Oh, that might be the beacon and the new antenna, actually. Current output, 2 kilowatts. Well, that's not much at all, and that doesn't need to be more than 1,000 at the very most. It's not going any further than a kilometre away from the base, so that doesn't really explain that. Antenna, you're using 20, that would make sense. You don't need to be more than 1,000 at all. To be honest, you probably don't need to be more than 500 meters, so I'm going to take it down to that. That battery is still outputting 40 kilowatts. What else is producing that amount? Or draining that amount of power? AI blocks are not on, so it's not them, and it's not that. Oh, hang on. The remote block takes up 10 kilowatts by itself. Current power usage, though, less than a single watt, so it's not that. Are the spiders too large for the little defensive rowers I built? No. As far as I know, they are not. They are the perfect size for them. They were the perfect size for hunting wolves, so presumably they're a good size for the spiders as well. They are one of the things I want to try and build. Gyroscopes, are you on? You're not on. You're not draining power. Leg bits. Ah. The leg hinges are doing 8 kilowatts by themselves, just being on. The rotors are doing 800, so that's 8. If I turn them off for a second, that has dropped the current power output, and it is actually a positive charge now, but it's still draining 30 kilowatts. Is that all the controllers that are on board? What are these doing? That's doing 1. Well, those 2 are doing 1 between them. That's doing half, that's... right. That's off, 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 on. These are all on. You know what, let's turn all these off for a second. That's another 2 kilowatts. That's the on and off button. I'm going to leave that one. There's still 30 kilowatts going somewhere. The suspension blocks are on. Right. You're doing 8 kilowatts. You shouldn't be on. You don't actually need to be on. You're only there for the shock absorbers. Right, so that's another 8 kilowatts that doesn't need to be there. We are now down to 22. Okay. That's better. Right, that's at least got a positive charge going into it, along with the solar panels, and I'm currently getting irradiated. The LCDs are all off. I set up a control to turn off a bunch of unnecessary things, but there's obviously some stuff that I missed in there, like the suspensions and the hinges that I need to add to that group, but it is at least charging now, so The next bit is getting him over here safely. Let's grab the moth. Let's turn off the AI move block. There we go. Let's bring this down. Over here. There we go. Can I jump on top of you? Hopefully ride you over there a little bit without falling off. Just about. There we go. Hey, right, so... theoretically, we need to do... oh, miles off. We need to do a similar thing to what I did with the docking bay. Let's just turn that connector back on for a second. It should kick in and line us up, hopefully. There we go. Right, let that line us up. Then we can turn it back off again, so it doesn't fight us. You messed that up a bit. You know, I'm just going to reset that. Try again. Right, turn you on. There we go. Turn you off again. Try and come down a little bit slower. Let's get you lined up nicely, if we can. I'm just messing this up. Go on, tiny. Well, you know what, let's actually turn off one of the left and right thrusters. So, there we go. Right, is that... get rid of those damn signals. There we go. Let's bring that forward slightly as well. Let's turn off one of the forward thrusters a little bit. There we go. And can I get that a little bit lower without pinging off the docking port too badly? There we go. That's much nicer. Right. Cool. Okay. Right, now we've got to set up the other set of AI blocks. Lamp. Lamp. Docking. Turn them on so I can see what we're doing. And this is where we use the lamps beacon as the reference point. Again, I'll have one there. Do I need to turn the block on? Yes, I do. Need to turn that on. Oh yeah, I just need to turn that on, that's fine. Right, so we've got one there. Fly up a bit. Fly back a little bit. And then we can set another one there. AI unit. Lamp. Dock. Still relative to the lamp. Add another waypoint there. Just for the sake of safety, we'll have another one. So he's not getting too close. And he's got a little bit more clearance, so we'll have another one there. Lamp, dock. Add a waypoint there. Move away from it entirely. AI unit, turn that back on. Lamp, dock, on, and play. Oh, I need to reverse the waypoints, that's why. It at least worked. Right, so AI, lamp, dock, reverse order. That's the one. Fly there, fly there. That's not what I set up. Why have you done that? Okay, why have you done that? Do. Why have you done that? Ooh! Sugar, that was a bit close. Why have you done that, AI blocks? That's not what we talked about. That's not what we just set up. There we go. Yeah, sometimes I've noticed that the AI blocks do get confused, and sometimes it tries to aim the recorder block and get that on the waypoint, and sometimes it tries to aim from the flight block, which obviously, depending where you put those two blocks in your build, can offset where it lands by several feet, as we just saw. Happens occasionally. Usually just cycling the entire thing seems to fix it. Okay, right, well that's that bit. Why did I jump down there? I need to still be up there. Jump back across onto there. Right, so that's the docking part of the AI for that bit on the lamp. So let's go back into there. Let's turn that. Make that AI. Let's turn that off. And we can also turn that off for the minute. Turn all of those off. Lamp launch U are also going to be relative to that beacon. And for you, we just need to fly up a bit and away a bit. And that should be fine there. So lamp launch, relative waypoint, add that in. Cool, so now that should work too, so turn that back on. Docking AI, turn the block on, press play. It will get itself in position, orientate itself the correct way round, fly down, and land basically where it needs to be. Cool. And then for AI launch, it will fly up and away, and then we can get it to trigger the other thing. Okay, cool. So that's the basics of the programming. The complicated bits, well, that's the basics of the functional stuff done. But I need to get out of this storm for a second. And I also need to eat and recharge a little bit. So, oop, that was a bit hard. Didn't break anything then, did I? No, just a little bit of scrub. Right, that's those bits. Right, I'm just going to go and recharge and de-radiate myself. Now I need a way for the... I need a way for the lamp bot to call the moth. And I need a way for the lamp bot to go into a recharge state. And I need a way for the moth to go into a discharge state. So I'm probably going to need event controllers, looking at batteries and connectors and things. Is the sun up again yet? Oh, the sun was already up. I was just healing a little bit, wasn't I? And recharging a bit and de-irradiating myself a bit. Ooh, let's put that in there. And eat one of them. Oh, come on, Storm, go away. While I'm waiting for that storm to go away, I'm going to adjust the floor in here a little bit. Where are my interior blocks? That was not the colour I wanted. There we go. Need more interior plates. Well, of course I do. Ah, I run out of interior plates. Fine. Give me some. There we go. One, two. That should be enough. Probably not. No, of course it isn't. That's got its bits, that's got its bits. That. Need more parts. Oh, come on, Storm. You know what? I can edit that. Don't need magnesium anymore. We found some. Right, so to get the lamp bot to call them off, I need an event controller looking at its battery. And when that battery gets below a certain level, you know what, let's chop that one out too. And then when the battery gets below, say, 10%, it will then have to send a relay signal to the moth that activates its launch AI. Let's just build 100 of them. We need a few just to place this. There it is. Yeah, so it will have to send a relay signal to the moth to trigger the moth's launch AI, so the moth needs to have a relay on it as well. In fact, while we're here, how many relays do I have on here? Zebra. Oh, those need reassigning to something else. They're going to conflict with them. Yeah, of course they will. Right. They need changing, so what have I got? That's 1 to 4. That could be 5. That can be 6. So then 7, 8, 9, 3, and then from then on, yeah. Right, so yeah, it'd have to be channel 7. At least. To not get conflicts. We've got all those parts for that. There we go, airtight again, lovely. Oh, I need to recharge. I forgot about that. I'll just lie in the bed for a second. Right, so where do I start? I'll start on the lamp bots. Eat a little bit more food. So the lamp is going to need a relay so he can send a signal to the moth. I could put a relay bang in the middle of the antenna block and the beacon. I think that would be a nice place for it. Bring that down, jump back up there. Yeah. Ruby. Ooh, those vertical thrusters are powerful. Maybe I actually only need one on the bottom of the skiff. Oh, I did take out one, didn't I? One of my modded thrusters is still a little bit much for this thing. Easy. Right. Relay then. Have I got the bits to build a relay? Probably didn't pick them up. Oh, I did. That's fine. Right then. We can have that. So that will be lamp. It's only going to have the one relay, I think. So I'll just call it charging relay. You are going to be set to channel 7. I'll worry about sorting you out in a minute. I need an event controller that is looking at the battery. Pretty sure there's a bit of space in here behind some of these armor blocks. Yes, look at those armor blocks there. They don't. Ooh, there's actually a gap there already. Right, well, that's exactly where this event controller is going to go. Yeah. I might need 2 event controllers actually. Because I need one to stop it from moving. Actually, no, you get it to stop moving when it sends the signal, potentially. When the... there's so many different ways you can do things. Right, we'll just keep it simple. Let's just keep it simple. We need to... typical. There's some more interior plate. There's some in here. Come on, let me in. Thank you. Interior plate. Give me a couple of bits of that, so I'll have to keep coming back. Right, so I'm gonna have to go back anyway to get all the parts I need, but I can at least place that. So what do I actually need for it? Other bits. So if I set that to look at the battery, and then the battery sends the relay signal, and stops and resets the walk cycle so it's not a moving target for the moth. That'll make it a bit easier. I need bits from there, that's why I came over here. Always need to have a cargo container on the skiff that keeps you stocked with a few common bits. Yeah, it would. To be honest, I need to redesign the skiff. Problem is, the bits that I want regularly don't fit through small conveyor tubes. So if I was going to rebuild the skiff, it'd need to have 3x3 conveyors, unless I just mod all the components to fit through small things, but that's a lot of work and I don't really want to do that. But it would be handy. To be honest, I just need to build a welding ship. Possibly one that doubles as a platform for standing on. Probably be a good idea. Right, that can go in there, so that can then be lamp. Time we're on 3 hours. Okay, so I've got about an hour left. Lamp. Controller. Let's call it battery low. Right, I can get into you through that LCD. Right. Battery low. So when your stored power gets lower than 10%, you will... Oh, I've not finished building the fucking relay, did I? I can't program anything with that until I've finished building that. Oh, of course I need more bits. Damn it. I need to build some exterior cargo access. That's another thing I need to do. Have some easily available somewhere. Thank you. Yeah, right, so beacon. Can I jump up there? Oh, I don't even need to jump. Fantastic. Just manually stock the container. Yeah, I'll probably have to do something like that. I need to redesign this a bit. There's no way I'm getting a decent sized cargo container on here. To be honest, I've been saying for a while I need to completely redesign the skiff and put bumpers and things on the side of it. As that might be a project for later. Right, that has got bits it needs. In theory. Right, let's get into you with the right button. Battery low. So you, when you're... Oh, I didn't even set the battery. When that battery gets lower than 10%, it will send the signal on that relay. It's only going to need the one. And how's its walk cycle functioning at the moment? So I need to turn the thrusters off and hit reset as well. So battery low. I'm going to need a battery full to reactivate it as well. I will need more event controllers. I'll need way more event controllers. So, forgot about that. Oop, that's a bit close. Right, before we go mad with that, let's copy that and cut it out. Cut out that. And can we reach that? Just about. And cut that out too. Those were in there for decorative reasons, weren't they? Oh, there's a gap down there. Gap down there. Oh, actually, yeah, okay, I might stick them in there instead. Because I don't... I want to make it functional, but I don't want to spoil the aesthetics of it too much. Right, leave them back there. And we've got gaps down there for more event controllers. Okay, that's a better idea. Let's copy that. Colour, please. I'll have one in there. I'm going to reach that from here. Flip that around, put that in there. Cool. And I won't have the parts for the other side. I just know it. No, let's go and grab them. What's that? There's the new square containers. We're talking large grid or small grid, because the skiff's currently small grid. Oh yeah, came over here for parts. There we go. What's that? Ah, that's just meteors, that's fine. Right. So, got one of them welded. Try and get out here, get around, weld the other one up. There we go. That doesn't need to be there. Event controllers. Right, that one, that one. Oh, it doesn't matter which is which. Oh, hang on. I had one copied, didn't I, already? Battery low. Reach that other event controller from here, just about. Battery full. Maybe this is going to work the way I want it to, actually, but we'll find out anyway. Right, so battery low, stored power less than 10% will be fine for now. Set to that battery. And storage, small grid. Got that. I've got that. I've got the modular one. It's massive. Yeah, those are my options for small grid storage. I could have that somewhere for a little bit of storage, maybe, but we'll deal with that later. Right, so battery low. Oh, wait, up to less than 10%. That battery. Select actions. It will be sending the signal. Actually, maybe we will need 2 relays, because I will need the lamp to tell the moth when to go away. And I can either do... yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Right, so anyway, that is going to send a signal when it is triggered. It is also... going to turn that thruster off, so it stops trying to drive forwards. And it is going to trigger the walk reset timer, so the legs stop and reset themselves. Hopefully. And bum. How can we test it with as little power as we've got? because that is just draining out still. Yeah, that's drained away to nothing again. Eh. Right, what we can do is we can take you and set you up and get you to sit on him and recharge him a little bit. I may as well try and get you to do that automatically, so let's set up one of these controllers on you. Moth 01. Oh hey Arkville, if it disconnects from the moth, that can tell the moth that it's done. Yeah, there's just about 20 different ways you could do that. I'm just trying to figure out which would be the most efficient. Right, so moth. Controller docking. Detect, so I can have that set to detect a docking port, and when it does, it will lock down and do a bunch of stuff. Also need one on that side as well to detect connection and swap its batteries onto recharge. Or maybe I could put the recharge command in its signal so it... Oh no, because then the connector might lose power. Well, I'll figure out this end of things first. Right, so dock and connect. And that's going to be the one that controls the actual docking port. So that's going to be docking connect. So docking detect. Ready idle docking port. When you detect something, I'm just going to have you lock down and turn yourself off, because otherwise you'll create an infinite loop of docking connection. Then we'll have the docking connect event controller. That will be lock unlock. That will be set to the same docking port, and then when it locks we can get it to do things. So what do I need it to do? I need it to turn off all the thrusters. I need it to turn off the gyro, so that's not trying to fight with anything by mistake. Let's make a control systems group for the moth. So we are going to need a group with all those thrusters in, so we'll take that to start with. That gyroscope. Anything else I needed to turn off? Actually, that'll be fine for now, I think. Control systems. So we'll call that. So when it connects, we will turn that group off, and when it disconnects, we'll turn that group back on. And we also need to make sure the AI turns on and off. Oh, we need to make sure the AI turns off when it docks. So I'll create a group for all of them for the moment. AI units. I'm just going to actually just call it AI units for now. Right, so when that connects, we will also turn that group off. and we'll also turn off all of its AI, so there's no conflict with that. Yeah, unfortunately, there is no small grid equivalent to the cargo terminals, which I'm gutted about. I would like a small grid version of them, because they're pretty cool. I mean, even if it was like a 3x3 size that's like, you know, like the same size as those refill stations, something like that. I'd be quite happy with something like that. Anyway, so that's going to turn off all of that AI. And what else would I need it to do? Right, let's turn that back on so that I can actually connect and stuff. Yeah, I think that is all I need for the moment. Oh yeah, batteries and stuff. What can I do about that? I need to be able to swap batteries and things over. So, batteries. Battery storage. I need to swap you guys. Oh, onto discharge mode, but that would cause... I don't want it to do that when it gets to... when it gets onto the base, do I? How do I do that? Anyway, I'll make a group for it for the moment anyway. How can I set that up? I've done a similar thing with another thing I called the Moth when I was doing Mech Yard. But that was with hydrogen tanks. Now that... was set up to fill up at one location and discharge at another. I can't remember how I did that. Not the cargo terminals, the little crates you often find at encounters. Those little tool chest type crates. Do we have a small grid version of any of those things? Where are they? Keep going past them. There they are. No, there's no small grid version. Storage bins. As always, there is no small grid alternative. We have got small grid barrels. Well, that's about it. Apparently. Yeah, there's small grid barrels, but there's no small grid little terminals. I'm just gonna go and lie down for a second, get the sun back up. Right. What are we on? 3:24. Right, I'll do another half hour, and then I've got to knock off for the night and go do other things. Cool, the sun is up. And I'll have a look at some of the blueprints and see how I did that kind of AI system. So, where were we? So when he gets up there... Actually, that's how I could do it. I could set the battery settings to the AI waypoints themselves rather than trying to automate it with event controllers. So when that docks at the lamp at its last location, I could set up those batteries to go off storage, off recharge, and onto enable auto. Yeah, that might work. And then, when it disconnects again, I would want it to go back onto recharge because I don't want it using any of that battery power for flight. So docking control, when it disconnects, we could have those batteries go back onto recharge again. Yeah, that might work. So potentially stick that there, put them back on recharge. Then I'll have to have a think about what I'll do with the main control battery on it. I need that to do things. Anyway. In fact, actually, that's something I can do. AI base, when it docks at the base and gets out, it might. I'll have to put a timer on that. There's the potential for that to trigger before it connects down. That might be a problem, so I might put a timer in there for that. Let's get slammed in the face by a bit of debris. Right, let's give this a test run and see if this will actually do what I want it to do. So the AI is on there. Lamp dock. Actually, let's move it away from that. Let's take control of it and move it somewhere a bit more sensible. Ooh. Wow, they are really strong. AI on lamp dock play. Right, that has landed. That has turned everything off. Beautiful. That looks like it's actually worked. So that has locked down. Those batteries are charging. Well, they're discharging rather. They are now on that. What about you? What is the lamp bot doing? Right, your battery is now fully depleted in 2 minutes. Current input 5, current output 1.5. It's because you need to go on to recharge. Ow. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, so I'm also gonna need another event controller on him. Every one I add takes another half a kilowatt in power. Don't know how well I'm solving this problem. But I'm going to need another one there to read when that is connected, because I didn't put one on there for that already, did I? No, just full and low, and we need one to read when it's connected so we can set that battery onto recharge. Right, yeah. Another bloody dust storm. Right, let's go get some bits for that. Well, the drone landed nicely. It did what I wanted it to. Landed, locked down, and put those batteries on charge. Thank you. We are pressurised in here. Oh, I was getting irradiated too. That's good. When at base... Oh, sorry, Chad. Let's have a look at that. When docked to the lamp, turn the recharge batteries back to auto and the moth battery off when disconnected. Yeah, potentially. There can just be a bit of lag in things turning off and on that result in everything just turning off. So I will have a look at the priorities of how to set that up. When disconnected, main battery on auto, recharge batteries back to recharge. Those settings can remain. Yeah, something like that probably would work. You've just got to get the commands in the right order, otherwise you can end up with an overlap in the middle where everything's switched off and it just... nothing responds after that, once it's turned itself off. When at base, batteries mainly just filling the recharge. Main batteries stay on auto, even if the batteries try to drain it. Potentially. Again, I'd like to try and keep the batteries as isolated as possible. Well, we'll see how this is working out. Batteries full. Oh, I never set this one up properly. Greater than 99. Ow, getting slammed in the face. Currently on 17. So, for the moment, when... Stop it. When this gets fully charged, for the moment, we will set the charging port to... Oh, that's my first death. I got slammed to death by debris. Wonderful. I think that's the first time I've died so far. Ah. Crap, all my food's over there, isn't it? Ugh. Lamp docking, you see, can be off until low battery. Yes, it can. There will be a bunch of stuff that I can potentially turn off until the battery event controllers trigger. Well, that was my first death, I think. I don't think I've died in this series so far. And it was to a piece of debris hitting me in the face. Fine. Where's my stuff? There it is. Okay. Oh, and the storm stopped as soon as I got my stuff back. Wicked. Perfect. Thank you. Right. So, lamp. Controller. Charging port is what we'll call it for the moment. That's not the button I needed. Charging port. Yeah, that's what I need to do with that. Right, so connector lock, unlock. When it is locked, that one. Doopy 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 doo. Battery on here. Not the moth's battery. Your battery. When it is locked, you can go on recharge. When it is unlocked, you can go back to enable auto again. Right, so then... So many controllers on here now. So, battery full. You're at 33%. Battery full. Charging port. So for now, we will just set you to unlock that charging port. And the other controller is going to handle the other side of it. Right. I think I need to put... I do need to put another relay in there. And another relay on the Moth to automatically activate its return AI. Yeah, I'll probably have to do it that way around. So, let's think about complex nonsense. Doobie-doobie-doobie-doobie-doo. Oh, that remote on there needs renaming. I forgot about that. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Yeah. Right. How's that battery looking on here? Fully recharged in 11 minutes. That takes a while. If I turn that battery off... I don't really want to turn that battery off. Suppose actually I could put that on recharge. And that'll steal a bit of power from those two side batteries. But because of its flight time, it shouldn't be an issue. Once it's been fully recharged at the base, essentially. No, I'm going to put it back on auto anyway. I'll just leave it like that for a minute. Let them drain out first. That'll be done in 9 minutes. That'll be done... yeah, that'll be fine. Right, that's going to take another 9 minutes to recharge. What is it on? It's on about 50%, isn't it? Yeah, it's just ticked over 50%. Right. Well, I've got 20 minutes left of the stream. So, let's just do some testing. Battery full, is it? Right, that's increasing at a reasonable rate. If I set that to 55% for the moment, that should then disconnect him in a second, hopefully. There we go, he has been disconnected. The lamp's battery is now back on auto. Okay. Right, so what other complicated nonsense do I need to do to get these guys to play with each other properly? So that AI block is on. We need to dock back at the base. All those AI blocks are off. Let's turn that one back on and play that one. And you should fly away and go back to the base. We will scoot on over here. Then we need to set up him to lock down over here, which I didn't do before. So base, dock, waypoint, setup action, lock. Oh wait, no, I don't. No, I don't need to do that, do I? Hang on. I need to turn that back on. Yeah, I don't need to do that at all. What I need to do, actually, is let's get rid of that action. We'll change that. That can go. What I actually need to do is when we get to the first waypoint, we will turn that docking detect controller back on. Yeah, I'll do that. Docking connect. That's battery storage. That's going to turn off as a failsafe. Yeah. So when you lock, I want you to recharge. When you unlock, I want you to go on enable auto. I might potentially actually need to put that at the beginning. Because sometimes when you start messing with battery power and recharge and things like that, if you do it too late in the sequence, it can just turn stuff off and then it doesn't come back on again. So control systems will go off and on back there instead. So the battery there is the first thing to do anything. That turns off the AI. That does that. That does that. Let's run that base docking sequence again. He'll fly up, he'll fly down, he'll lock down. Groovy. Right, that's on recharge. And that battery is on recharge and it badly needed it, so we'll leave that for a minute. And I'm going to go back inside so I don't get irradiated. I've already died of being slammed in the head. Right, so... Okay, that seems to work, sort of. And I fiddle about with that thing's programming from here. What else did I want to do? So... Base. Dock. Actually, they never need to they only need to call those, the storage batteries only need to go onto auto when it lands at the lamp. It doesn't need to get turned on at any other time. It can just stay on recharge. So I don't need to set anything like that there. As the docking connect automatically puts them onto recharge when it disconnects, and it only turns them back on when it docks at the lamp. Right, that can stay like that then. I don't need to change anything with that. I removed the delay because I think let's get
Yeah, it's not. Right, so I need to build. Oh, you build. Time. What's out? What? Right. That. On. Humans will have one first, but on. Right. It's probably the one that sets one guy. Thanks. Mic audio, is it alright then now? Bit of a sensitive mic. If I get too close, I get a bit muffly, and I turn away from it. That's a bit weird. Sound wise. Let me look. Good stuff. You heard yourself yet, right?
Being a bit weird. Oh, there we go. I think I knocked the microphone cable slightly. Mic audio any better? Sounds like it's changed the mic to a camera mic or something. Yeah, I think I just knocked the microphone lead. I could see there was a weird signal coming through. Seems to be back to normal now. Right, what was I doing? Grabbing bits for relays. Cool. Right, relay bits. Yeah, if the microphone sound ever goes weird, feel free to type in capital letters in the ooh, that sounded close. In the chat, so I'm aware of it. Because I haven't got a live feed of my microphone playing, it just ends up feeding back. So I can't really hear what my audio is like. Right, so relays. One there. One. Stop it. That was very close. Oh, there's still a block up on that tower that I never ground down. Right, so relays on here. This is where it gets daft. What was it? We were going to say 7. We'll have to be 7 and 8. So we'll have 7 as the one that calls it to the lamp, and we'll have 8 as the one that calls it back to base. When number 7 triggers, we will... What will we do? We will, first of all, bring up the moth bits. We will disconnect that connector. We will one of these times I'll get lucky and a meteor will take out a spider. That would be amazing. I would love to be able to capture that on camera. Right, so it will disconnect that, which will turn on all of the control system stuff that it needs. And then we will need to turn on the AI blocks. So, lamp launch would need to turn on, lamp dock would need to turn on. Lamp launch AI. Well, just hitting play turns on the AI, doesn't it? I'll just go with play on that one, because I don't want to do actually. No, I do need to turn the AI on that eventually. How did I set that up? The AI moth lamp. Oh no, we need to turn on base launch and then lamp dock. Fool. That's why. Was that? Needs to launch from the base, and when it gets to the... Oh yes, I need to set up these AI waypoints. Right, yeah, I forgot about that. Right, so that waypoint, when we get to the top of there, needs to do stuff. Set up actions. So, we need to... Moth AI, we need to turn on the lamp dock AI. And we need to play the lamp dock AI. I think that's all that we'll need. In theory. Yeah, lamp dock, play, lamp dock, that does its things there, and then connects when it gets there. And the rest of that turns the AI off. Then we need to do the opposite with the other ones. So, lamp launch. When it launches from the lamp, it will need to moth AI base dock on base dock play. Hopefully. Right, so back to the relays. So do moth relay. So lamp will be 7, that will do that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need any of that. I got entirely the wrong things. I need base launch to turn on and base launch to play, and then that should handle the rest of that. That lamp launch is entirely the wrong thing. Right, and then base the other way around. Setup actions. Moth. Docking port. Unlock. AI blocks. Lamp launch needs to trigger. On. Play. Everything else should be handled by the event. It needs to send relay signal. 7. Set channel. It doesn't really matter what I put in here. I'll just put low. Whatever. Low. There, and then when it is full, I won't get it to disconnect that. I will get it to send the other signal to the moth. I'll just call that full, and that should disconnect him. Hopefully. Right. There's no time like the present. May as well give it a test. Relay set to channel 7. Send signal. There we go. He's launched. He's making his way over. He's got, looks like he's got a decent amount of charge on the main battery. Is he locked down? No, he hasn't. He is still up there. He is not locked. Ah, right. Yeah, I was concerned that. Oh, hang on. Have I not turned the detect one? I've not turned the detect one back on. That's why. Oh, crap. Yeah. Get away. Do that while I'm busy. I need to get killed by a spider right at the end of the stream. Right, okay. I know what I screwed up there. I forgot to... AI... I'm not looking at the right thing. I want to look at the moth. AI, when when it got to the base, I set it up to turn that off, turn that back on. I haven't done the same thing over here. That is what is different. Detect back on. Lamp, dock. Play you again. There you go. There we go. Right, and he's locked down. Awesome. That's what we wanted. Okay, cool. Right, so... battery full. That is on 56% because he's not really done much or gone anywhere since last time. That's recharging at a reasonable rate. Let's have a look at these other batteries. The moth battery there. Recharged in 4 minutes. Recharged in 8 minutes. Fully depleted in 14 minutes. So that would be good to keep the moth topped up without taking out too much power for the actual storage batteries to recharge the lamp. Oh, hello GLaDOS. Question, is there a tutorial on how to make a mech that patrols the base and attacks hostiles or wolves on your channel? Not yet, because I haven't got round to it. But it is not that hard to set up. I will almost certainly be doing something along those lines in this stream series. Possibly in the next episode. Depending on how I get on with this thing. Not the microphone again. Get the signal, hang on. That seems to be alright. Yeah, I will be doing something like that at some point. Yeah, I'm going to adjust that battery threshold. Yeah, that can go to back to above 99. Because again, it can be a bit funny. Event controllers can be a bit funny sometimes, triggering when they're set bang on their limits, so I always tend to roll it back a little bit. Okay, so he's charging nicely. Let me... in fact, I'm going to put that on. I'm going to set that to 70 for a second. In fact, I'm going to set it to 60. Oh no, It'll be done in a second. I'm going to set it to 70 because I want to see if this relay to send it back to the base is going to work properly. So that's on 69 now. It should be done in a few seconds. Let's put my gun away so I don't accidentally shoot stuff. And I'm getting radiation exposure. There we go. Right, off he pops. That's exactly what I wanted. Brilliant. Ooh, I'm going to starve to death if I don't eat some chili. Right, and then he will fly back to the base and put himself on recharge. Wonderful. Right, that seems to work properly. I can greeble him up next time. I have made some little, like, drone type things for hunting wolves and stuff. I've just not built them in this world yet because they're still a bit rough around the edges. Okay, well, he is now charged up to 70%. Oh yeah, his battery is still on recharge, isn't it? Why have I typed in the word recharge? Battery is... No, his battery's on auto. Why is everything off, including that button then? Why is that button switched off? Why was that button switched off? I've not accidentally added that to the... No, it's on. Okay, whatever. Okay, there's stuff in him that I forgot to turn back on. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Lamp bot. Let's turn your AI units off for a second. What have I forgotten to turn back on? Probably the walking controls. Yes, that was one of them. Oh, what are you doing, you silly robot? Let's turn that back off. What is not turned on that should be? That's on. Oh, is it that stuff? Nope, that's not it either. What else have I turned off that has broken this? Oh, I know. I programmed him differently. So I had to do some stuff. Start. Have I broken my lamp bot right at the end of the stream? Battery full, not... I turned off all the leg stuff, didn't I? Because they were draining power. That will be why. Right, there we go. Silly me. Being stupid. Right, he has now apparently got 3 hours worth of charge. That should be a little bit better. Oh, it's all good, Damo. I've got him up and running again. So let's cycle through that. So that'll turn the AI back on and the walk controls. And off he goes to patrol his little route again. So he has got 3 hours worth of power. When that battery is charged up nicely, it'll probably be more when it's at 100%, but it's only at just under 70 right now. What are you doing, robot? Why have you stopped? Why have you stopped? Patrol. Autopilot circle, that is all on. Trying to move to that GPS location, but can't for some reason. Oop. Oop. That's making you do weird stuff, but it helps you turn around, so that'll do. There you go. Right, he is off and doing his thing again. So, what were we saying? He was, yeah, 3 hours worth of charge. So, in theory, 3 hours from now, you should give the Moth a call and ask him to recharge him. At some point, I'm probably going to have to work out whether I can get some collision avoidance type thing going on so he doesn't smack into that kind of stuff. Or I can just make another lamp bot and just make his route on one side and the other one's on the other. So it's a bit safer, but I'll do that next time. Or when I've got another robot. But that seemed pretty successful. That seemed to work the way I wanted it to. And yeah, next time I will see about building some defense robots to maybe help with the spider issues. Alright, let's lock down here. We're gonna find it, and we're gonna get to it. It's always... there we go. There we go. Right. Vehicle locked down. Parking is engaged. Lampbot is on his merry way again, which is good. Oh yeah, I was going to put a speaker on him to get him to play some music. Now that I'm kind of half happy with his power situation, I might put some speakers on him so he can play music as he walks around. I just have to make sure I don't use the tracks that will get you copyright claims, because some of the music in this game will do. Most of it is fine, some of it isn't. Right, so, next time I will do some defensive things, I think. I'll build some more turrets, and I will have a start at building some kind of robots to keep my base free of spiders. And I'll also get round to greebling this guy and making him look more moth-like. He's got plenty of lift thrust, so I'm not too worried about his weight. The only thing he really needs to carry is those batteries, and he carries them pretty well. Just concerned the towers might become a problem, but, well, they will become a problem. Well, we might be able to figure out a way around it. So, I am going to jump back in here. Let's get rid of stuff that I don't need. I will have to wait for the storm to pass to take a screenshot for this episode. Yeah, I'm going to leave that there because it's been over 4 hours now. So, yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for all of the advice and suggestions and tips and things. They're always much appreciated. I will be back next Sunday, same time, for more of the same kind of nonsense. And yeah, we'll do some defensive robots, and we'll finish off the Moth. And maybe I'll get round, I probably won't, but I want to get round to building a printer at some point, a decent printing station, so I can print off more things like lamp bots a little bit more easier. I still have to faff around with the mechanical controls, but I can at least print out the bulk of it. But yeah, cheers guys. Thank you for watching, like and subscribe and all that nonsense, and I will see you all next time, so goodbye for now.